G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more teal survival. Because as the Reavers proved last time, not so chill. I last time managed to get this drill all sorted and actually doing its little waggly tail thing. Just before I started streaming, I put this decoy up here because it was stormy and I didn't want to have everything explode while I was loading in. Because that's always embarrassing. It's a bit awkward when you realize that the beginning of your stream is going to be repairing stuff that didn't even happen on stream. It feels a bit weird to come back to this with less than a week since I last played it, but I kind of have been enjoying it, and I'm starting to feel like I've got a bit of a handle on how this place is going to be laid out. The tight little tunnels, corridors under the cover of the drill, and yeah, it's starting to feel like it's going to be a place that I'm actually going to be happy with. Which is cool. I was going to add a rotor-based turret at the back here, some auto cannons on it, once I've processed enough magnesium to make that worthwhile. My other thought was, if I can get, once this drill gets out of the ground, stow it, and see if I can find any other resources like silver, that sort of thing. Because that might be useful. I probably need to go and collect some more cobalt too, because I'm going to need a lot of grids. Let's also know that we need a lot of steel plate. And I've used it all up, so let's make even more than that. Rename it to the Combat Wombat. Right. Also, thanks Nuki World for the bits. Thanks Sperm84. Thanks Rayleigh Jones. So, OXE1, conveyor junctions and cargo containers traditionally were more expensive on processing than the other stuff. But there was a performance pass done on them not too long ago, which now means you can use them pretty much as you wanted to all along. Thanks, Kemsies. I don't understand the game logic behind it, but it is better now. You don't really need to worry. But yes, the old myths persisted, but it's actually not that long ago they fixed it. So it's not super old myths in this case. I'm trying to think about what I'm going to do with all this space. I need some hydrogen tanks somewhere. I don't know where to put them. Hey! Thanks, Black Shadow. More art this morning or more games? For those not familiar, Black Shadow's responsible for the cartoons that keep showing up on the floppy jalopy. Thanks, the Samuel. Just kind of staring at this thing, trying to think of what I'm wanting to do next. I kind of want to have a think about where I want the control seat to be, because that's going to dictate a lot of what I do at the front end.
Fuel critical.
Oh, a bit of personal art. Cool. I can probably speed up these pistons, but I kind of don't want to. How am I looking for? I think I've got ample storage at this point. Yeah. And a lot of stone still to be refined. Magnesium. Decent amount. The amount of small cargo containers you ever sure you'll find. Are you sure you'll ever find what you need? Fortunately, there's the search, if I need to find something. I I might well end up regretting the small cargo containers everywhere. It seemed like a good idea when I wasn't going to put a large cargo down. At this point, I'm not convinced I made the right choice. This drill is not on a script. This drill is on sensors, and that's it. How are we doing for power? Not fantastic. So maybe I'll go... Maybe I'll think about where I'm going to put this, these hydrogen tanks and an engine. Probably as far away from the main cargo storage as possible, huh? That would seem like sensible. So maybe at the back here? Because if it blows up, then they'll only take out the rear wheels, which means the rest of it should stay intact. Where have we got tanks? Nowhere. Don't think I want large hydrogen tanks. Hey, thanks so much for the gift subs, Sperm84. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think large hydrogen tanks just asking for trouble, isn't it? I mean, I could fit one, but then it's almost certainly going to be exposed. Whereas if I go with smalls, I could kind of tuck them. Grab some steel plate. That's not the way I wanted to go. I could kind of tuck them underneath and around the armor, putting them sort of like this. Could even have them stick out the rear a little bit. Although I've also got to think about thrusters on this thing. I don't know that the tanks fall under any of the categories for specific targeting with the new turret mechanics. I haven't tested, but I don't think they fall under any of these things. Maybe production? Wait, is that vanilla? Did I get an extra option for something from some mod I've added? Anyway, yeah, maybe that one. That'd be all. Dark Sand, this is Pertum. What else? Where else could I put these? Like, if I put them up the front, that's going to blow up my cockpit, and that's bad. It pretty much has to be down the back, doesn't it? I mean, I guess what I could do, since I do plan on putting thrusters on this thing, would be... Well, because I haven't made a tank, I can't place a hydrogen thruster. But I could place one on the back of this. But I was actually thinking more Atmos for the extra boost when I needed it. At least initially. Dragnon, you crazy man! Thank you so much for the 25 gift subs. What's... Jeez, you're almost at 2,500. You're nuts, man. You're nuts. Way too generous. I guess I could, like, strap... I could stack 2 tanks like this. Or even... Oh, hang on. What if they were back at this block? Just thinking about my corridors. Means I need a bit more space than might be initially thought. Oh wait, there's 3 blocks there. I mean, that's going to make them like, highly likely to be clear of damaging the refinery. And then in theory, if I want to, that gives me 2 ports to stick hydrogen thrusters on. But I don't know how many hydrogen thrusters I'm going to need to try and get this thing into space. It's going to be more than 4. Mr. PK, there's no goal here. This is just me playing around. Which is kind of nice, in a way. It's nice to not have a clear goal, sometimes. Do something like... this. Right, that could work. There's a bit of a hydrogen storage. Build up the armor blocks around there first. Pop the engine down the front. Is the goal to not have a goal? No, not really. There really is no goal. This is just... At some point, I'm sure I'll be like, yeah. Actually, I guess the goal is to make something that I feel proud of. I have enough pride in that I want to publish it to the workshop. That would be the goal. But to do that in survival while actually playing and just having some fun with it. That would be the goal. For those of you, and this is a question I've been asked a fair bit recently, wondering where my edited content has gone. It is returning. I just want to build up a bit of a backlog of stuff before I start posting so that I don't feel so pressured to push it out quickly like I had before. So I want to get a bit of a head start before I bring it all back. Thanks, Taylor Lyon. 4 months already? Really? Thanks, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know what? I'm sticking with this. If it doesn't work out, I can try something different. Order those up. Move the steel plate. Whoa! I already made those thousands of steel plates. That's unexpected. Yeah, the regular videos are coming back soon. But yeah, in the past, I've kind of rushed myself back into doing those things and then regretted it because I didn't actually have enough time to get the next one out. So I kind of got the first one because I was ready and I was like, oh, I just really want to share this. And then I didn't have anything to back it up with and I was disappointed with myself. So I'm trying something different. Which should mean... And also, I've been recording a new series with Capac for the past 3 weeks. It's something very different to what we've done before. That should be coming to the channel in a few weeks or so, I would estimate. And that'll be an edited series. And I've got another plan for... I got a plan for a series to come straight after that one as well. So I've got lots of plans and not enough Capac and myself recording time and solo recording time. I'm Yeah, there's so much I've been working on, and I'm so happy with the progress I've been making so far on it in general. Something like that, Moosey. Although I'm not sure about all the fans. You know what? I am going to put more hydrogen tanks in the middle there. Because why not? Got the junctions for it. Doesn't put me in any more exposure, although I'm going to have to get rid of this one and replace it with one of these. I just remember where I put these hydrogen tanks. And I realize I've placed that hydrogen tank on the side. I just wanted this more detailed side out rather than the big flat side. Totally different to normal. Does that mean Capac does all the rotor, hinge, piston shenanigans and you cause random trouble and die in inventive ways? Different in different ways. Yeah, it's different. But it's been really nice just recording with Capac again. I didn't realize how much I missed it. Thanks, Greg. Like, it's a different way to play. Like, when Capac and I stream together, there's a lot more going on. When we record together, we can kind of just slow down. And there are days where that's nice. Is it you and Capac in smoking jackets and bubble pipes? Well, Moosey, you're editing it, so I guess you could do that. Not sure you'd want to put that much effort in. Yes, I probably can pull parts from the completed H2 tanks. That is a very good point. Why didn't I do that? Yeah, Mercy. Oh dear. Giving Black Shadow ideas or pictures. I was thinking today about the random times that I've been streaming recently and about whether that's something I should do on my Sunday nights. Typically on a Sunday afternoon, evening, I spend a bit of time making up my thumbnail for Wrong Way Up in the morning. And I thought I should probably use that time to decide for the week what times I'm going to stream and post it on Discord. So that people might actually know the random times that I'm picking for that week. Because I feel like trying to set a schedule, like I've got a schedule on Twitch, but it's totally wrong because it's so out of date. Setting a schedule beyond 1 week at the moment is just beyond my capabilities. So I'm thinking that might be a way around it that will hopefully give some idea of when I'm going to be doing stuff and where. What the... What? Who? Oh, that's the bottom one. They aren't connected. That would make sense. How much time does it normally take to make one edited episode? So, Survival Impossible for a typical episode would be 4 to 4, somewhere between 3 and 5 hours, but typically more around the 4.5 hour mark recording, and then at least that much time editing. So it's why on days when I just happen to feel like I have a bit of extra time, I will stream instead of trying to make another video, because it's hard sometimes. On some days it's hard to find the motivation to put that much time in, but on other days it's like exactly what I want to do. But I have a couple of videos I am working on that are not series related, but tutorials of sorts that I just feel like I need to sit on for a minute just to make sure I'm not doing something, just so I can have a bit of time to maybe test out some different methods of doing things and see if there are better ways than what I'm showing in them. What do I want to do here? I don't think I want to taper that in. I think I'm gonna go with this. That's light armor. Don't want light armor. Stop changing your bars. Let's see. Yeah, something like that. That's a bit of a more interesting shape. I'm going to need to do something boring to cover this. At least initially, I think. Let's get rid of these two, because they're going to become passageways. And let's grab a whole bunch of steel plate. I'm going to use my jetpack for all this, I think. I was talking last time about how I might be able to set up a welder system to weld the whole underside of this. Oh, drill's almost up. I should probably figure out how I'm going to center that. Oh, the drill is up. Nice. Yep, it is very rare to see, especially me, use heavy armor in this game. But hey, if it stops the whole rover from exploding, I'm on board. Big old Capac face on it. No! Capac has his face on enough things. I think the last time I can remember seriously using heavy armor was when I hadn't even started making any videos yet. I was watching Wasted do Escape from Mars, and I was playing my own go of it at the time, and I decided that I wanted to make my small grid rover a little more durable. So I started building it out of heavy armor, and quickly realized what a mistake that was. That is also light armor. No, it's not. It's heavy slug. Okay. No, what? Why? So bad at placing the blocks that I mean to place. So that's some protection from the bottom, but probably given the Reaver that attacked last time, the protection I really need is on top. And I guess this will be my conveyor port for the rotor turret. So I need to keep that in mind. Senior driving, the bottom is in more danger. Yeah, fair enough. I will wear that. I might just build a little bit of a hat for it for now, and that's then kind of hope for the best with the remainder. It's probably not my smartest choice, but I just feel like if I spend more time on this, I'm going to want to remodel it anyway. So yeah, we'll just do that as a hat. It should remove a substantial amount of risk.
Energy low.
Oh yeah, some blast door blocks could be a nice way to break this up in the future. And a spoiler. What's supposed to happen after one finds the ship underground in Escape from Mars? Well, you're supposed to decide whether you're going to use that as one of your ways to get off Mars. I don't want to give away any more than that. You could do things the way that Capac and I did, or there are other ways to escape from Mars. Oh man, I really want a better welder. Just started thinking, I do have NPC mods in this. Some of them aren't even that aggressive. Need some sort of attack vehicle at some stage. So I've got to think about where I might put that on this. Eisen, I disagree entirely. The Disco Stew handled just fine. I even jumped off a cliff with it and it survived.
No energy.
No. Give me power. How do you make the hat a sombrero? No! Capac's better at doing that stuff anyway. Can be fun to design those things, but I don't feel like I've got the space here. How much ice do I have left? Not a huge amount. Slowly filling those tanks. Yeah, if you're driving Disco Stew carefully, you're driving it wrong. For those not familiar, Disco Stew is one of the vehicles that Capac and I built in Escape from Mars. Wow, I go through a lot of plate. And this, everybody, is why people usually don't go with heavy armor. It takes so long to do anything with it. Pretty sure everyone just gets too impatient to deal with it. Oh yeah, Disco Stew is in my intro screen. It goes past with the cargo on top. I don't have a version of my stream intro where I can talk over the top of it set up as a scene, so I'll just have to let you remember that. Never! Never build and repair. Build and repair, never. Never, 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 never. Yeah, I probably should set up Izzy's inventory on this at this point. It's rare that I will say you'll never see me do something, but I feel like there's a moderate degree of confidence in you'll never see me use Bob in a series I've set up myself. Build and repair just isn't a thing I want to play with. And I have played with it. It does not make the game fun for me. It does the opposite. Now, on the other hand, getting AI enabled set up here and having a helper bot, that I might be on board with because the helper bot's physically there and can get shot and doesn't feel like magic and doesn't feel like creative mode, and there's only one of them. So, yes. The irony of... that line, Galadas, considering that I'm pretty sure Wasted's had more fun playing with me than he's had playing on his own in a long time. Okay, cool. The next thing I need to do is turn off the drills. Let's hop up here. And grab our hinge. Which hinge is it? Drill head. Toggle on off. Until it reaches the middle. And yeah, I know. I know, Ari Cirrus. That's part of the reason I can enjoy the irony of it. Because they say I'm anti-fun, but they actually have more fun the way I play. Cool. Drill is settled. Where's my ice patch? Now that I got more cargo as well, let's head back to that. And away from that doom hole. Okay, I can definitely feel the increased weight right now. Master Chief, the short answer to that is yes, the long answer is very long. And complicated. Yep, not going to be long now until I need to have some thrusters on this to get up hills. Oh. I did say I wanted more cobalt. gonna get the ice first, though. So I'd like to get my hydrogen engine up and running. Is that gonna be too steep for me? I feel like this is gonna be too steep for me. What have I done with all my wheels? Power is not at full. Strength could probably drop a tiny bit. Friction could go up. Keep the speed limit where it is. Come on, you can get up over this little hump. You can do it. No, you can't do it. You're useless. Ah. Let's try that again. With a run up. Yeah. Alright, that's better. Tellerland, I decided not to do wasted wheels on this one because I've done a lot of wasted wheels recently and I wanted to do something different. And I was happy on this one to use thrusters to help me get up hills. There comes a point for me in games like Space Engineers where... In fact, actually, there doesn't come a point. It's always the point. In any creative game where there's no clear end goal, there's no reason to do things efficiently. You just do them in whichever way you think is going to be fun at the time. Except for, you know, situations where you might get attacked by something. Then there can be a reason for efficiency, I guess. Because you might need to actually survive. So then you can do things the fun way. Yeah. If you're someone who has fun chasing efficiency, then go for it. Nuts. I was worried that was going to happen. I'm beached. Come on. Come on. There we go. Park back here, I might be able to get a better angle to kind of cut through the ice at it instead of straight down, just kind of obliquely. I could manually set up the hinge limits, but I might just do it this way. Something like that is what I'm imagining. What the heck? Let's give it a go. Let's turn on the waggle, turn on the drills, and extend the pistons. Yes, the heavy armor both proves its downside and its worth. Because it didn't take any damage. It doesn't look like it did. Man. Oh, no, that won't work. I was thinking whether I could set up a script to extend the pistons a certain length before I let them go real slow, but might just do that manually. Vertical pistons. Velocity is currently 0.005. So let's turn it up to 0.1. And I reckon we're almost there. Close are we to the ground now? About 2.5 meters. Oh, we're starting to get drill effects. Okay. I'm happy enough with that. So the drill has to be really slow because this motion with the hinge on the end is a lot less efficient than, say, a spinning motion on a rotor or something like that. And I did it just to do something different. So, because it takes longer for the drills to get from... There's a bigger delay between when the drills are at their high point and when they're next there than if this whole thing was spinning. It'd be similar to if you had a completely offset drill. So say you had a rotor mounted on the end here and just had the one arm spinning around. It'd be that similar sort of delay that you'd have to set up, so you have to extend them really, really, really slow. Kind of like I'm doing. But it's going to work. And while that's working, let's grab a programmable block and set it up somewhere. I had talked about putting them in here. So, let's do that. So let's get Izzy's inventory set up here. And I don't think it likes to set up the auto crafting thing on its own LCD, but I still like having it on a bigger LCD anyway. And because I can never remember how to do this, maybe... Inventory manager. Easy. Alright. So for the auto crafting part. LCD with auto crafting. Cool. That's easy. Should start being the thing? Why you know? Oh, there we go. This isn't, I might need to make a few more things just to make this easier to populate. Let's go 1,500 for that. Actually, let's just go 1,000. I don't use that many of them. NATO, let's put that up to 100. Radio communications may as well be at 40, so it can be a full antenna. Steel plate, let's put that at 2,500. Not 25. Welder 0. I'm guessing space for disassemble. Let's put that as priority. Ooh, actually... Let's start with that. So my usual lazy way with Izzy's is just to do this. Doop, 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 doop. Except I need to cancel the things that I don't actually have the parts for. And I cancelled something there. Don't remember what it was. Detector, that's what it was. I thought auto assembly was automatically enabled in the script. Enable auto crafting true, enable auto disassembling needs to be true. Cool. This is way too bright. It's a bit better. It's still pretty bright. Let's turn it down to 130. Yeah, that's more like it. I dislike it when the LCDs are like full on glaringly in your face bright. I was just sitting here looking at your drill head thinking, what if you had the hinge going back and forth along with the rotor spinning between the piston and the hinge on the drill head? That would be an interesting, that would be interesting. And Charlie's doing her sleep yips, if you could hear that. Also, how's the production go? Is it actually making any of those weird things I ordered up? Components. No. Alright, we need to name some things. Cargo. Large cargo container. No. You can just be components. Tools. And bottles. Just components and tools. Components, tools, ammo. And these can all have ores and ingots, because I don't care to have them in an easily accessible inventory, because I'm never going to need them for myself. I also figure that if I put all the ammo in the large container, if I lose the large container, at least it'll be spectacular. No. Not tools, ammo. Where's H2? So many storage options. Too many storage options. Large cargo container needs to get renamed so that I can easily find it in the list. Not that I do that too much these days, thanks to all of the thing. All of the, what am I thinking? Build planner. It's a lot more relevant back in the day. Yeah, I should have turned auto naming off. Also, this screen will look blurry. That's how it is, because it's only got a certain amount of resolution on it. Also, why isn't it updating? Does he cancel all my other orders? Is that what happened? Auto disassemble stuff? I do have a Screen Gunk Be Gone mod. I do have the Screen Gunk Be Gone mod, actually. There we go, now they're showing up. Weird. Okay, so grinder 0, bulletproof glass, let's go 100. Computer, let's go 400. Detectors, just 20 will do. Displays, 50. Girders, 200. Interior plates, fine. Large steel tube, 100. Metal grid, 100. Motors, 250. Power cells, 160. I like to have enough for 2 batteries with power cells. It's a bit of a hassle if you don't. Small steel tubes can go 250. Solar cells, 64. Yeah. Okay. That should be a decent number, I think. So this script is Izzy's Inventory Manager. Basically the convenience of having stuff always in your inventory as long as you've got the resources for it. So as long as I keep providing myself with enough stone and things, it'll all be fine. And we are cutting through the ice right now. How much ice have we got? 132,000 plus a whole lot. Yep, we're going okay on that front. How's the storage looking? Not yet half full on the large cargo container. I'd say I did a pretty decent angle on that. I went a little bit lower than I needed to, but that's a pretty decent shot. Construction components, did I? You are correct, thank you. Now I just need to wait for it to update the list. Construction components, 500. There we go. I do like having Izzy's Inventory Manager set up because you can then build with. Hey, don't you look at me. You can then build with Reckless Abandon for a lot of the time, especially when you're collecting as much stone as I am at the moment. I need to make sure that these drills don't start filling, because with the angle I've got them at, that could be heavy enough to cause problems. Am I gonna... I mean, I'm making floating bushes everywhere I go at the moment. Apparently that's my thing in this series. My thought with this ice deposit was to kind of move around it slowly and just pick at it from the outside. Gradually dig this trench through like I'm doing. Yeah, Laws, I know that the build this many thing is integrated with Industrial Overhaul, but that's because it needed it. When I first played the Industrial Overhaul mod, you were basically forced to use Izzy's inventory manager. You couldn't actually play it effectively without it, because Space Engineers isn't meant to work that way. How deep is this going? I could probably turn it around now, actually. It's done... It's gotten through pretty much all the ice. I just want to make sure it gets a very nice clean edge to that ice. And then I should turn around the pistons before it gets too far, because I don't need all that stone. I think. Yeah, let's start retracting. Yeah, I figured that, Laws. I figured you agreed with me on that. I think the Industrial Overhaul mod suits certain people's playstyle quite well. I'm just not the target audience for it. Because the target audience for it are people who like Factorio and Satisfactory and get lost in those games. And that was not me. Okay, we are getting full now. That was a good time to turn around. I really like this drill. I'm really happy with how it's turned out. Something I was thinking of just before I started the stream was that I want to move my ladder. And I want to move it, possibly, to have the entry right here. Because I've got this little space here where I was thinking if I'm clever about it, I might be able to get a door at least, maybe even an airlock in here with a ladder that can be accessed from the ground. Because I'm thinking about this ship rover contraption reaching space, so I might need to have the ability to make it airtight at some point. Where are my doors? Door? Sliding hatch door. That doesn't help me. In fact, that's probably the worst thing I could try and build in here. So if I have... Say if I take out this block and I hang the ladder down there. Let's actually try it. Make sure the ladder can work first. Oh. Yep. With it hanging this low, the ladder can definitely work, because wow, those suspension's depressed. That. Then... Guess... Actually, can I get off a ladder into a door that's like that, or am I going to get pushed back off? Forge Dragon, this is called Almost Vanilla because it kind of is. I haven't added any real gameplay changing mods other than the NPCs. That's what makes it almost. Okay, my jetpack turns on. Wait, my jetpack didn't turn on. Let's try that again. Huh. It'll let you stand here. Cool. Also, I heard that thunder. That is concerning. Huh. Could I do that as my airlock? So this whole bit is the airlock? Kind of like it. I now want to put glass here instead of passageway. Thunder, you sure that wasn't a rock door? Do I want to put that there? Yeah, I do. Now, if that's where my airlock is, I need to figure out where I'm going to move my survival kit to. At some point. But that'll probably be up near the bridge. Yeah, I like that. I think that's going to be cool. Put a stair in here. The reason I need the ladder is because this is not always going to be this low. It's going to be another block higher, so a stair doesn't really help. You need the ladder because you need something that you can jump and grab to. Because this often won't be... Like, if you fall off and you've run out of hydrogen, that's the reason why you're going to be using... Ow. That's the reason why you'd be using this ladder. Oh, I saw that lightning. Don't think stairs will work.
Health critical.
Seriously? Really should just turn off the lightning, shouldn't I? Yeah, I will eventually mount welders and such underneath the decoy to protect myself from the lightning. I'm sort of deliberately not doing the best solutions for the lightning thing because I want to understand what the limitations are without having to go through specific testing for it. Next thing. Kind of like being able to see those, but I know I'm going to end up putting like, what should we call it? A locker thing in here. At least on one corner. Oh dear laws. So Splitsy doesn't want the easy solutions. Well, I don't know, setting up a welder up there is necessarily the easiest solution. He wants to try things out and be shocked when they don't work. Yeah, Forge Dragon, I intend to make this thing capable of getting to space. Still not sure how I'm going to make that happen. I may well just stick a bunch of thrusters on ports underneath and just lift off straight off the ground. As fun as the whole, what I think of as the bitter pill launch method of driving forward as fast as you can and then converting that into an upward direction is fun. I think sometimes the risk of you bottoming out, like I did with the booze bus, yeah, not fun. Painful. Horrible. dear. Now all the puns are coming out. He does enjoy the spark of creativity he gets from the adversity. Actually, that is true. I do enjoy that part. Hydrogen tanks are filling. Ore detectors there. We've got how much magnesium refined? Some. Let's think about how I might get a rotor turret in here and some sort of decoy deployable thing. You know what? I'm not really too worried about. I don't know. Actually, let me rephrase that. I don't know how worried I should be about having a weldable decoy. So I'm kind of thinking that the way to go here. Why do I have hinges on both 2 and 3? The way to go here might be just to stick a rotor there. Let's actually weld this up. Make my life easier. So decoys are supposed to work by protecting a certain area from your grid from lightning damage because they will attract the damage themselves. So I was just thinking of something simple like this. That, then that. Something simple, he says, as he adds 2 pistons and 2 rotors. Then that. Then decoy. So I can just set those, set the rotors and pistons up to just extend and then poke that thing up way in the sky whenever a lightning storm comes by. I may not have a prime number of wheels, but it wouldn't surprise me if I end up with a prime number of subgrids. Yeah, a retractable radio antenna. That's kind of the idea. I want it to be like a single button push thing though, so I want it to be simple enough that it's just a reverse. Oh yeah, Forge Dragon, the intent is to make something worthy of the workshop, so hopefully I will do that, and that means it should get posted to the workshop. Oh yeah, I'm sure the lightning will still choose to hit me, because lightning's stupid. Okie dokie. So this is currently... upper limit of 0, lower limit of -90. And then this one. I think should be an upper limit of 90 and a lower limit of 0. Let's just name these. Lightning Rod Rotor 1. Rotor 2. Yes, I do mean 180. Thank you. You make a valid point. I do mean 180. No, I don't. I mean, yes, I do. I meant 90 for the one in the top left, but 180 for that one. That's what I meant. Thank you. Okay, so somewhere down here, we need a button panel. Button. It's got to be the big red button, doesn't it? I'm going to need a timer block too, aren't I? So I can stack all these orders to the one spot. Which side of this do I want to show? That one. Oh, thanks, Executive Storm. 19 months. Thanks so much. Lightning Rod DB. Would you approve of an elevator block with varying sizes for vanilla? I thought it would be a great block to have for more stability. I don't know that it'd be more stable, is my issue with that. I don't think that we're likely to get a more stable version of a piston made, because effectively the elevator would still be a piston. I haven't used any of the elevator mods for an age, so I don't know whether they work differently or how they work. I think a lot of people's designs would be nice that way, but it does sort of... It sort of would end up, I suspect, eventually being a piston replacement thing. What am I doing? Get rid of that, for starters. I am going to the control panel time block. Set up actions. Lightning. Reverse. 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 And reverse. And trigger now. Okay, so storm starts and I find it really hard to hit the button. This needs to look more slick. So I think this needs to go up to 6 RPM. And these pistons need to deploy faster. So let's go to 0.8. It did stay at 0.8, didn't it? Yeah. Let's try that again. Well, that looks interesting.
Energy low.
I kind of don't want to fix that. Oing, oing, oing. Let's try it again. Okay, deploy. What do you guys reckon? Should I try and make it so the pistons are fully deployed when the rotors get there, or should there be a small delay? Also, I feel like this should have a spinning light on it that gets turned on when the thing gets deployed. With the searchlight on top. No, I like the idea of a spinny warning light. There's no special shader thing, Forge Dragon. Yeah. Alright, time to block. Settings. I didn't label the spinning light. Lightning light. Which will totally get destroyed with the first bolt of lightning that thing takes. But what you gonna do? Other than turning off lightning. Okay, so we bring it down. I'm going to speed this up a bit more. Kind of like the idea of it being just neat. Let's go to 1.6. I could probably do some maths and figure out exactly what this should be, but I'm not that kind of person. That goes up, and then let's go down again. Neat. I mean, the light is somewhere up there because it's become detached, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. This is just the right level of silly. Color. What color should this be? It needs to be something metallic. So we could go glamour. We could go disco. Glamour. Silver? Retro? Retro orange? Retro pink. They're all pretty dark. That's the downside of those ones. Warning? Does that even apply to any of these blocks? Will only be to the... Yeah. Only be that armor block. The rest of it won't get the actual look. I just didn't bother welding those bits, Loz. Yeah, I could go neon colorable. I do like the background honeycomb texture of the neon colorable. Let's see how bright this is from the floor. Turn off my lights. You know what I should do? Should... these on here. For a bit of extra brightness. Yeah, that kind of works. Suppose we should get some power now too. No, Valorian, there is no way to do it without mod. To change thruster colors, you need mods that allow you to change the thruster colors. Just don't cat back yourself. That's always good advice. Cat backing yourself is never a good idea. It's also quite the achievement if you actually manage to do it. See how this will look at a distance. I realize it's going to look funny like that, but kind of wanted to see whether the neon was worth doing. It's probably not. Okay, let us retract the antenna. The drill should be retracted by now. And it is. Let's get ready to turn off the hinge in the neutral position. Turn off the drills. And now what do I need to do? I really need to find... really need to find some silver. Guess I could go to space to do that. It's got plenty of ice, and some of my tanks are already full. I was going to build a hydrogen engine. That's what I was going to do. Where shall I have an engine? Ooh, don't mind that as a spot. Now that I think about it. It's just sitting over the top of us in our production area here. Yeah, I assumed there would be silver and gold on Pertum. I just would really like to have some better tools. It'd be very nice to have at least a tier 2 welder so that I can weld up my heavy armor a bit more quickly. Because if I had the better welder, I think I could hand weld this all fairly quickly. Let's think about this cockpit area. I wonder if I've made things odd unnecessarily. This. What if I do this? Add cargo, cargo, cargo. But then get rid of these three. And then I've opened up a whole lot of space up the front that I can build a little cockpit area. As long as these two blocks are backing on, like, airtight, then it should be fine. Could you respawn over a spawn point and kill yourself with your body? I don't think so. I don't think your body can cause damage. I mean, I have made Capac himself, but it was sort of a clone of Capac. It's not the officially real Capac. Guess. Okay, that's heavy. Let's put the rest of the heavies in. Then we'll go back to our light armor, because cheaper. This thing is going to need so much thrust to lift off. I may actually have to attach, like, temporary rockets to it or something. Where are those windows there? Yes, correct. To Capac is to kill something by flying into it. That's the way I've always seen it. Like, just face planting and going splat, that's not Capacking. So, for example, that's not a Capac. If I did that and I killed someone else in the process, that would be a Capac. Because it all started in Survival Unlikely when my second ever death in the series, bearing in mind we'd already been almost 4 months into the series by this point, was caused by Capac reversing into me at high speed. Yes, what I just did then could be called a splatsy, yes. I don't think I've done it enough compared to other people to take ownership of that one, though. But yes, that's called commitment to the bit. What I just did then. Do you know what's really funny about So yes, Lohin, the medbay gag could appear in Wrong Way Up, but you know what's even better? I could actually do it to all of them. So it wouldn't just be infinite Capac, it could be infinite all of them. But that would be very... I think I would cheapen the original gag if I did it again, which is why I've resisted ever doing it again. Like, that original gag was such an awesome concept that Lucas came up with. Like, it wasn't my idea. Lucas actually came up with that idea, and I'm so grateful for it, because basically the best joke I have ever done in Space Engineers is his work. I don't know that that's hashtag blame Lucas. I think that's hashtag thank Lucas. Because yeah, like, that is such a big memory of Space Engineers for me. And it's always going to be special, and yeah, it's so grateful that Lucas did that for me. Because he just came to me and was like, so I've made this script. You can make Capac infinitely respawn out of the med bay. The best part about how that thing played out, though, neither of us knew how it was actually going to work. Because we had only tested it with ourselves in the world, not with someone named the same as Capac. And so that stuff with him glitching into and out of his body and getting that extra corporeal experience, that was unexpected and just made it so much funnier. For me, anyway. I think Capac found it funny. He did seem to laugh, and if you check the recording, he was laughing. Capac was not aware of it going ahead. Nope. "99% of the time, Capac doesn't know what's coming. The rare times that he does know what's coming, he gets an instruction from me of just play along. And I leave it at that. Because he's really good at just accepting it and going, okay. So those times when I tell him that, it's like, just don't poke holes. Just don't poke any holes in it. Just play along with it. So when we did the survival unlikely thing of he and I jumping in that station, he didn't know what was happening. He knew he could have gotten out of the seat and it would have stopped us. Like, it would have left him behind with the cockroach, but he also knew that he was just supposed to play along, so he did. Yeah, Forge Dragon, this is vanilla, so there's no reason... I mean, the script that I'm using for the inventory management won't work on Xbox, but everything else would. Yeah, Capac is an innocent bystander who just happens to get caught up in it. "95% of the time, Capac doesn't know what's coming. 4% of the time, he forgets or wasn't listening. And 6% of the time, he has bad maths or bad acting." Oh, Capac's not a bad actor. Which reminds me. I should look into when I can do another acting class. That was fun. Oh, Capac is definitely acting the fool, but he also doesn't listen. Okay, thanks, Tex. I'm glad you enjoyed the flying Capac coffin. I'm actually just convinced that nobody in Wrong Way Up listens. Well, Yeah, probably. I need to move this if I'm going to extend this out, so let's turn off you. First. Grind you down. Would I include myself in that the wrong way up? Wasted listens then does his own thing anyways. That's probably true. Though, it's hard to tell when Wasted is listening and engaged and listening and not engaged. Because he's almost always muted and so you can't tell. And sometimes he doesn't even realize when he's actually engaged or not because he's muted. I think I might just move this out one block. At some point I'm going to regret making everything with these, but today I'm going to continue my unnecessary addition of small cargo containers. Wasted's brain is probably just there going orcs, 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 orcs. Oh. Yeah, probably. That's not what I'm looking for. That is that the correct direction? Yes. Oh yeah, I know Wasted uses the mutes to talk to his own chat, which makes a lot of sense. The reason I like having some solo streams during the week is because I find it really hard to split my attention that well. Is that actually far enough, or do I need to go out another block? I think I need to go out another block.
Inventory full.
But yeah, I find it quite difficult to, especially in Wrong Way Up, because I'm kind of hosting the thing, to pay attention to as much chat as I would normally like to. So I just try and make up for it in other streams, because I just know that in Wrong Way Up I just can't do it. I'm splitting my attention as thin as I can manage. So yeah, yes, this will eventually go in the workshop. It has to be finished first. It is very much not that. Thanks, Oddnav. Oh right, I have a job before Wrong Way Up. I have to go in and load into the server and rename all the wheels. Ostensibly to rename them to sensible things. But tempting to not do that. Tempting, but I will definitely rename them to sensible things. And yeah, there's different series for, like, depending on the series, each of us kind of interacts with chat in different ways. So you've got solo streams like this where I love that I can heavily interact with chat and reply to most things. And especially the just like the just chatting streams that I sort of did, like when I was playing 7 Days to Die over on the Flipsy channel that I used to do in the Wrong Way Up time slot, those were very much about just engaging, and hopefully the future LEGO streams will be like that too. And then you've got Wrong Way Up, which for me sits somewhere in toward the I struggle to engage with much because I'm trying to pay attention to Wasted, to Capac, to DE, to what's going on around us, to the bots, to all that stuff, and so the amount that I can engage with chat is limited by that. And then somewhere in the toward the heavily engaged with chat is me with Capac, so the two of us can just pay attention to both of our chats, and it's usually pretty good. Then somewhere in the middle is the stuff the Icarus streams where it was Capac, myself, and Nab, because there's 3 of us. For me, it really just depends on who I'm playing with as to how much I can engage. So I hope that Wrong Way Up is entertaining enough without me being able to respond to everything, that it's fine for me to just focus on mainly paying attention to what the other guys are up to and what we should be doing next, sort of thing. But it's why I like a mix of content, because I know some people don't like that. You know, some people prefer to have that higher engagement, and I know sometimes I prefer it too. I have too many small cargo containers. I think that's the answer to that question. Yeah, there was certainly a learning curve to how to play a game, how to read chat, but even just like in the early days, how to play a game and say something that's vaguely interesting at the same time is something that I still think I could get better at. But I definitely have gotten better at than I was when I started out, I think. Ooh, am I out of cobalt? I am out of cobalt. Alright, we have something to do now, other than me welding up plate and trying to design this thing and make it look pretty. Kemsies, I'm glad you find it entertaining when I completely miss something. Chat tells me and I still miss it. Uh-oh. I don't like hearing that noise and seeing that happen when I'm in control of something. So, we now need to do the same treatment to cobalt. Where was that cobalt I marked? 2 point something K's back that way. Okay. Oh, thanks, Derpius Turtle. That's very kind to say. I think we both like to do that, like to make what you can do with Space Engineers a bit more interesting. Splitsy, put the small cargoes down. You're making a cargo puzzle. I don't know what I'm doing with the small cargoes anymore. I think I'm just making it a theme of this build at this point for no good reason. It's just ridiculous. I am way... with this many cargo containers, I am so far beyond any form of vague justification for their existence. Because they're just bad. There are just far too many of them. I'm also worried that I'm going to get progressively hemmed in by these assertive bases. Yeah, Gruz. If you have a look back at Wrong Way Down, a similar thing sort of happened. I really enjoy playing Space Engineers with Wasted, and I think he enjoys it as well, even though he'll deny it to his dying breath. But I like that what's come out of Wrong Way Up is a lot of people being inspired to try some things that they just hadn't done before. Like Wasted learning the aerodynamics mod to an insane degree, Kanajashi building all sorts of crazy stuff, the bots coming up with other things. I'm never going to make it over this hill. I'm kind of proud of that aspect of Wrong Way Up, that it has seemed to inspire quite a few people to come up with stuff that they hadn't done before. And that's really cool. I probably could build a drone to scout the area. Need to bring this with me anyway to do the mining, though. Ooh, that's something over there. What's that? I got lucky, and is that cobalt behind me? Let's reverse up the hill and find out. Yeah, I know I'm going to need more. I know I'm going to need thrusters on this at some point, but I don't know where I want to put the thrusters. No, that's just iron. Silicon, boring. Why do I see smoke coming from my drill? Ooh, that would have been bad. How did that happen? Okay. We have now become a drill inspector. I think it's time to put the large steel tubes into some of these things. Yeah. That is a good point, Tex. Having played Space Engineers as long as Tex, Wasted, and a lot of us have, to keep things spicy, you do need some of the artificial restrictions that are why the guys complain that I hate fun. Which is why I enjoy the irony of that. And why I don't really care that they say it. It's like, well, yeah. Say it as much as you like. I know the truth. When you're recording for SI, do you ever reload a save because something happened that would basically cause the series to end? I have done that once, but it wasn't because, well, it was kind of an odd situation. I had to go get the doorbell, and bad things happened while I wasn't even watching. And because I'd missed them and wasn't actually there, I was like, well, that's a bit bad. And then within a week or so of that, bad things happened anyway, so I was like, cool. Well, that ends up being fair. But I was actually there for the bad things, so it was fine. One of the annoying things that has happened a couple of times in recordings, though, is bad things that are really entertaining have happened, and then for some reason the recording has been corrupted, so I've had to go back and not been able to use those things, and then they haven't happened as interestingly the second time. Okay, drill repaired. No more panic. Drive on. No, it wasn't the large grid reaver. That's not the bad thing to which I'm referring. Oddly. I do really like that searchlight going over the top. This is such open ground, I have to check these deposits and see if there's anything good in them. Yeah, or just having space engineers crash when good, exciting things happen. That is an issue too. Which nickel have I ended up with from all that stone? Oh, 14,000. Yeah, don't need to mine nickel. Yeah, the two middle axles should probably have a small amount of steering on them. I'm just lazy. Oh yeah, probably should get rid of that other decoy. I was meaning to do that to allow me to build the turret. But I need the cobalt first now. Bandolier, the weight distribution is why I have the wheels turning at front and back, rather than having the four front wheels turn and the rears not. If you think about the weight distribution on trucks that work that way, most of the weight from when they're loaded is in the back, I think. If my understanding of how that works is correct, which it probably isn't. I know that's how Kanajashi had his rover set up, the one that we stole and then exploded. But yeah, I've always found this worked better. And I assumed it was due to where the weight's sitting. Because I try and have the weight sitting in the middle rather than at front or back. Yeah, let's get some cobalt. Check that we've got enough storage space first. Yes we do. Yes we do. Four. Yes, with all those cargo containers, I am still worried about storage space. I think I want that still going out further. Optimize this. I just know how much stone I end up with, and I don't want the cobalt to get destroyed because I've collected too much stone. Of all the vehicles I've ever built, which one do you like the most? Hands down, the Goose will probably always be the Goose. The Goose was something that, at the way Space Engineers played at that time, a lot of people wouldn't have tried. I certainly hadn't tried anything like that before I made it in Survival Maybe. But yeah, the Goose is still going to be, and for a long time, going to be something I am very, very proud of. Because to have made it work, and made it work well, was pretty cool. Oh dear, the Goose is the goat. Hammond of Texas, would there be any way to come up with some sort of space naval warfare series? To be honest, that's, to me, not the interesting part of Space Engineers. The blowing stuff up. The blowing stuff up is what makes the engineering have some concrete purpose, which is why I like it. But other than that concrete purpose, it's not the thing I like to spend the most time with. Oop, that was a bit low. Pushed a bit hard that time. So the turret controller on this drill, Pez, is using the hinge and piston. The hinge and rotor that are here. That's all. The rest of them are controlled with buttons, because those are the important ones to be able to move with some degree of finesse. Oh no, turn off my drills. Like, don't get me wrong, I like that Space Engineers has combat. I just don't think there's a series in solely combat. Combat to aid story progression, combat to aid purpose for your engineering. Love it. Combat for combat's sake. Meh. Yes, this machine can dig its own grave. And probably will at some stage, even though I'm not trying to. It's funny. Like, this is something I find really hard to articulate properly, because I'm not anti-combat in Space Engineers. I think it's an important part, and I think it does add something. I don't like it to be my sole focus, if I can avoid it. And yet I'm the same person who constantly adds AI NPC mods because I want to have something to fight. But it's kind of... the having something to fight is because that's the only meaningful NPC interaction that we have. I think that's probably about the angle where I want to stop and then start extending these pistons. Just center myself up. Bad that. Start extending the pistons. The other thing is, why do these drills keep turning off? The other thing is, I don't do PvP. I'm bad at PvP, and that usually makes it not fun.
Fuel critical.
But equally, I just... don't take great pleasure in ruining someone else's day. Okay, fair enough, Nab. You can certainly make me have to accept that. I am decent at accidental PvP. I am decent at team kills, I think is what Nab's saying. Yeah, exactly. Eccentric Satire, the player versus player stuff in Wrong Way Up isn't real true PvP. It's people who are very kindly giving up their time to make that series more interesting by playing NPCs that we couldn't possibly hope to have exist in Space Engineers. And yeah, as anyone who's been along to any of my supporter session multiplayer things, they know that I have a bad habit of just shooting anything that moves in that. Yeah, if it was proper PvP, the bots wouldn't be in creative mode. Exactly, Gruz. Thanks, Diddy. Yeah, I've built some wacky drilling machines in my time. I'd say this is probably the one I've used more than any other. Because I've actually managed to use it to collect some meaningful resources, whereas most other drilling machines I kind of use once and then get distracted or get so much from them from that single use, I don't use them again. Obviously, the goose is another exception. I used the goose and butterball a heap to mine. Mostly in time-lapse. I do like that I can move my base in this, mine a bit, build up a bit while it's doing the mining, retract it, build up a bit more, and then keep going. This is working out well. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it, Majestic Dwarf. PvP in the context of let's paste in our ships that we've been working on and let's fight them knowing that we're just gonna... all that we're going to lose is maybe pride. That can be fun. PvP where you're going to lose the thing that you've worked on for hours and hours and hours and hours. No thank you. Like, I've said this before. The tournaments that Zockley was hosting. I haven't gotten up early enough in the morning to see whether he still is. Those sorts of things where you're just pasting in something from creative mode. That can be a fun way to do PvP because it's literally just pride on the line. There's nothing else on the line. Yeah, Tex. Survival PvP has no fun for me either. I feel like it needs a safe home base for survival PvP to even begin to work. Yeah, you need that place that you know is safe for your stuff, that you know you're not gonna have to worry about. And that is not a good place for that ejector. It's gonna have to move somewhere else. Not sure where I'll move it to, but it has to be somewhere else. Hey, we're at the Cobalt. Those bridge windows. We can lean forward. It's just when you lean forward. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Better way. Wah! Better way of doing this. Do 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 do. It's just that this is as far as we can lean forward. Doop. Doop. But yeah, you do want to be able to kind of put your hands on them and lean. Stretch your neck out and see what you can see below. Zarthurian, I think that's kind of what some people do with their servers, is they set up stuff where you basically, it doesn't take much, like you've got insane resource numbers. What is going on? Things are bad, things are bad, things are bad. Right, I looked at that. Something broken it. Yes, something is broken somewhere. Where am I broken? Where is my chain broken again? Come on. Where are you broken? Looks very unhappy, doesn't it? Wait, am I actually just... No, I think my inventory is actually full. I think I'm just full. Yeah, everything's full. That happened. Yeah, the pistons aren't happy because everything's too heavy. Control panel. Piston. Vertical. Let's give you more power. Apparently full inventory stops the waggle because the hinge starts to fail. Also, I think I might have broken the sensor. I broke the sensor. That's what happened. I'm gonna wait till that's a bit higher up before I start the waggle again. Actually, it looks like it's okay. When I damaged the sensor. Thanks, myself, I. Yeah, stuff on drill arms just randomly seems to take damage. Yoshi, GG, Ita, yes. I have seen a video of someone getting from Earth-like to Mars in 58 minutes using a clang drive that managed to get them to be able to break this game's speed limit and get up to 1,000 meters a second. Which was a very clever way of doing it. And I think might be partially why you haven't seen Kanajoshi have another crack at it. But I'm not sure. He's probably just been busy with other things that he wants to do. Oh yeah, thanks, Groz. I kind of want to have a crack at doing it that way myself. Just so that I understand how that system works. It's related to pistons and their interactions with doors. So I'm curious. Drill your cares away, spaces for another day. Let the pistons play here and waggle rock. Oh, I wonder... Huh. I think I might have a theory as to when I'm accumulating damage to stuff. Notice how the whole thing bounces when I add locks? I wonder if it's that grid update time that the drill shakes enough that it hits stuff into the side. And because of how heavy the drill is, even the slightest bit of collision is going to cause major damage. It didn't, Laws, but I am familiar. Vaguely. Maybe Puck, but just more out of my own knowledge. I might do a tutorial on it if I understand it well enough. The clang drive thing, but the thing with techniques like that is they don't tend to hang around for ever. They tend to break in one way or another as updates come along. So for me, it's more about my own personal curiosity. I was welding my floor under my rover and it bounced when I block welded so high that it hit the roof and the floor bounced like that 3 times, damaging. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, grid updates when you've got lots of subgrids around, including wheels, can do wonky things. Yes, Drago, you do have a mod that triggers that behavior. I presume you're talking about the aerodynamics in that it can sometimes trigger the grids to update and do wonky things. No. Oh, build helper. Ah. Yeah, agreed, Tex. The clang drives are interesting from a... Huh. Well, that's interesting. That's how that works. But I don't think I would ever use one in anything. Alright, time to readjust this again, because I did it wrong. Don't like what I've done. Stick it here. Yeah, let's do that. Realize that's exposing a cargo container. But whatever. Whatever. Yeah, like, just like I wouldn't use a grav drive in any sort of survival series, I'm aware how they work, I'm aware how you can use them, and I might use, technically, a grav drive to throw weapons at something, but I wouldn't ever use one to actually move a ship. Because I feel like as soon as you start using those techniques in survival, why are you playing survival? I like to buy into the roleplay. I don't like to break it. Lesson from Capac. There's often more fun to be had from buying in than breaking the rules. Because he buys in so hard that sometimes it actually backfires
Fuel
big time.
low.
Uh-oh. He forgets
Fuel
that sometimes
critical.
it's a game and sometimes it won't react like reality. Oops. Mistimed that. Yes, Gruz. Yes. Something, something, don't break the rules, I just forget them. I don't cheat, I just forget the rules. I mean, it's obviously me saying that is not a 100% rule, but I genuinely do believe that it's a lot easier to have fun if you just buy in. I know some people like to break games for fun, and it's just a different fun. For me, that would be something I would do in a creative mode. I'd want to break the game and just see what I can do, but in a survival game, I'm like, nah, I'll play by the rules. Because the reason you're already limiting yourself is because you want to play in a limited style, because it pushes you to create different solutions. But yeah, that's just my personal play style. That's a good way to look at it, Drago. Modding is breaking the game and then asking, is this useful? I like that. This has been slower progress on the build than I thought I was going to have today. I've collected heaps of resources, but I kind of thought I would actually be able to get some of this interior design done. And maybe start
Energy
thinking about
low.
paint jobs. Yeah, the modder's mantra. I don't cheat, I just change the rules. And I don't mean that in the even slightly insulting way. I mean it genuinely. That's... just using the form of Capac's quote. Silver for the next tier, right? Just disassemble your survival kit. Sounds like great advice, Gruz. Couldn't possibly go wrong. That's a fair point, Laws. On the other hand, grav drives add a lot of extra rules, like needing to turn off your ship's gravity before you do it, warning lights for your engine core, and special gyros to counter your spin. My own experience found it more trouble than normal thrusters, which is where a good bit of its allure came from. I never got it to work right. Huh. That's fair. Never really thought about it that way. Because if you build symmetrically, it's pretty easy to make a grav drive work really well. Yeah, Triax, that's... yeah. Mods in a game like Space Engineers are house rules in a game like Dungeons & Dragons. I think that's a very apt analogy. How much cobalt did I end up with? 16,000, about 20,000, about 35,000. Okay. Short answer, a lot. Yeah, I probably should have an LCD showing my totals of stuff, shouldn't I? That is not how I get around there. Where shall I put my LCD of inventories? Maybe there. And how do I do that? Because I cannot remember. Sorting. Automatic container assignment. Auto container assignment. Let's turn that to false. Auto crafting. Where's the thing? LCD panels. Here we go. To display the main script informations, no. I want IAM inventory. Oh dear. 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 I didn't set this up. And let's put stuff into the connector. I think. Yes, it has. Back to that. Good. What? What'd this say? Component, ingot, steel, echo, what? I don't remember how to use this thing. Oh. Custom data? Yeah, custom data. Alright. Components. No? There we go. Component. Does that mean it's going to be component ingot ore. There we go. 49,700 iron, 341 magnesium, 17,000 nickel, 31,000 silicon. Why is stone listed there as an ore? That's confusing. I mean, as an ingot. 133,000 cobalt. Still have 430,000 ice and 22,000 magnesium. Okay. Let's drop the font size down to 0.2. Nope, that's way too small. 0.3. 0.4. Yeah, I can read that. And 120. 20. 120. Now we can see more on the screen. 1.2 million stone remaining. The reason I'm using Izzy's here is because it's here. Like, I've already got the script running, so I figured I may as well. Forgot I could just do that. So there we go, now we got stuff on all the screens. Really, these two should swap. Makes more sense to have the one that... But I suppose that's got all the components that I've got on it as well. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Brain just had a hard reset. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, that's what I gotta figure out now. I've got these windows out the side, and I'm kind of thinking that some stuff's gonna be down at this level. How do I do the helm? So I kind of want to use one of those helm blocks. But what do I want to do with the front here? Let's try and figure that out. I kind of don't want it to be symmetrical. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I don't want to stick out any further than this block. That I know for sure. Yeah. Indeed, Marathi. Symmetry is for squares. Angly window. Let's have a look at our window options. That seems like a good place to start. I've got the half windows, and we've got the bridge windows. Which I guess since I've used the bridge windows down other parts of it, that might be a valid option. Let's just bring those ones too. What do we do with the bridge windows? If I did, this. Yeah, of course. The number of times when I'm recording stuff solo and I start to say something, realize I don't have the stuff I need, and then have to go back and say it again because I stuffed it up is ridiculous. So we could go with offset symmetry. Why do I need a material plate for that as well? So I'm thinking like controller block could go there maybe. Does not provide an attachment point. I need a girder actually. That's the problem. Girder. Yeah, I agree, Gruz. I think this does want an offset helm. In fact, I don't want to do that. I think what I want to do... is... Let's try this. Oh. I have a better idea. This could work. Wait, no. Not that block. This could work. I don't know if it will work. Right there. The armor panel there. Then we go to our helm. Then do that, and that. And that's where my helm sits. Yeah, I'm thinking like low slung cockpit. Gives you a strong reminder of how close you are to the ground. And yeah, that way it's destroyed first. Yes, that is always true. I guess the other option would be to just lift that up one block and do the same sort of thing. Let's see how it might look if I lift it up. So if we have our full heavy armor block there, then we probably want to go... let's try... Which is it? Are these going to work? Yeah, if we go that, and that. Wait, no. No! Ah. That doesn't work at all. What's these? Ooh. No, it doesn't work at all. That would need the old school windows. Which I guess isn't the worst option. Just thought I'd try and do something with the new bridge windows, but I think maybe this could end up looking better. Although I'm just going to temporarily place that there. Put my helm in there. Let's put the helm in there so I can grind that bit off. What do you guys reckon? The low slung or this look? Look at it this way. If the cockpit is that low, bottoming out means you stop moving, preventing further damage. Low rider. I like the angled windows better. Low. Okay. Low is probably the way to go. What? Brain. Work for me here. Brain not doing what I wanted to do. Just trying another design as well. How does that look as an alternative? I think maybe if I reverse this round so that the square bit was on the front, but I kind of like that varying angle. Yeah, I think this could work, but I feel like to make it properly work, I need to move it another block further forward. So if we just to keep seeing if there is a way to make it look good up at that level. So if we come back to here and then put it on, because then we can do this. Wait, no, not that mark. That one? Probably. Then we go to go. That. Hey, thanks, Rayleigh Jones. Thanks for the cheer. And agreed, there is no such thing as over-engineering under most circumstances. The other nice thing I can do with this, to make this kind of integrate better, is... No, that one. Put that on there, because then if this centerpiece is a different color to these outer pieces, that line, that 2x1 line kind of continues down. I can do the same on this side.
Fuel low.
Kind of like this, I think.
Fuel
My worry with the low
critical.
slung one, obviously, is that it's just going to get destroyed. But also that I wasn't super happy with how it was going to have to require an armor ramp as the way to get down. It is a turtle head. That's an interesting thought, Tex. Oh. Huh. Now, the only other thing I'm thinking of here is, should it shift one block to the left? Because it's currently only one block off center, which is a bit weird. Kind of tempted to go one more block to the left. You've made a Bulbasaur rover. Oh dear. Get back here. Give me my girder. Let's get these bits in. Start with that. And that's the bit that it's going to be built on, except that's the wrong way around. That way. Let's have a look at how this is going to work out. So it'll be probably this block in here. Let's have a look at this from above. I think this will look better. Because now it's more intentionally offset. I don't know if I can go another block out that side, but I'm sort of tempted to. Yeah, I could make a deployable ramp or something on the other side, I guess. That would be an option. Trouble with this is it's going to push me a whole 2 blocks further forward if I come out this side that far. Because I need that flat block, and then it'd be... Oh, actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe, actually. Because then I... Like, to do this the way I'm thinking, if I wanted to move it an extra block out, I would need to go with... To continue the pattern that I started would be that block there, which would look weird. It needs, that block needs to be attached somewhere more secure. So we'll stick with this for now. No, the vertical, no, the vertical piston, no, the horizontal pistons are not moving. Those are manually controlled. It's only the vertical ones that I have set to full extension and full retraction when I use them. But at the moment, they're not doing anything because they're fully retracted. Is that far enough off to one side? I suppose if I put something notable on the other side, it'd work. Let's just work with it for now. I've spent enough time fiddling around with different ideas, and I'm happy enough with this one. Sometimes this is definitely one of those perfect is the enemy of the good. Oh yeah, could have some sort of turret or something on the other side, I suppose. Now, half slabs are too thick. What other block could we put up there? Do we just put a window up there? Maybe that's the way to go. Sadly, vents are as thick as half armor block. The other option that is about that thickness would be a locker. Oh, a light panel. It wouldn't be the first time I put a locker in a roof. Probably won't be the last. We'll leave it as the window for now. I just need to figure out how I'm going to transition to the rest of the rover. So unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to use something like that. Always looks a bit odd. When you're on the inside, but I suppose if I put the door right there, it shouldn't be too bad. Hatch door? Just to be different? Because I need the double height anyway? Maybe. Yeah, I didn't want to use armor plates here because I want to make sure that this is airtight. And the full cube is kind of the best way for me to do that. Also, why am I using heavy armor now? Don't need to use heavy armor now. This is not the bottom, and it is not the fuel tanks. This does not need to be heavy. Okay, I think that's a decent little head. You need the left-sided point by the wheel. The reason this is here is because this comes out all the way to here. So there'll probably be stuff coming across through to join these two bits up. So I'm just kind of prepping for that and imagining where that's going to end up. Oh, yeah, maybe I do want to use a different door so I can put a vent in there. Maybe I should use a standard door. Then that would mean I can put a vent in here. And then use plate on top to make sure that's sealed, or depending on how high this is going, could use this. Although this is getting all very boring, I will probably adapt that later. In fact, I kind of already hate it. Let's go with this. Yeah, that looks better. Having that curve down keeps better. Hey, thanks, Colopup, for 18 months. A year and a half already. Yeah, the unfortunate thing with designing a control setup this way is I can't actually put anything else in here. I've used up every cube. So the LCDs that are on the helm block are all the LCDs I've got. Sliding door going down, Gruz. No! Oh, you mean the hatch door going down? No, I didn't want to do that because I didn't want this block to be the hatch block. I wanted it to be heavy armor. Yeah, Prospero, I'm aware of all of the conveyor air vent mods. I just don't ever use them. I like my builds to be relatively vanilla, and I don't find fitting in an air vent all that much of a hassle. Most of the time. We do have transparent LCDs, but there's nowhere to put them. With the way I made this bridge. Which might have been a mistake. Passageways. We need passageways here. Let's go with walls, just because I don't know what decorative stuff I'm going to put around here. Oh yeah, if transparent LCDs airtight, which I'm pretty sure they are, you could replace the roof window with an LCD. I'm not sure what I'd put on the roof on an LCD though. It can't be useful information if it's up there. Oh yeah, some sort of damage control script could be worthwhile. I've never actually used one of them successfully. I equipped the cockroach with one an age ago, but I never actually used it. Was it? Yeah, I don't think I spend enough time in first person to get as much out of those scripts as I could get out of them, which is sad. Yeah, I should use stuff like automatic LCDs more to give my builds more stuff going on. But equally, yeah, bad storm. Ooh, bad storm. Time to deploy the tail. Yeah, let me up. Run, 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 run. Deploying. Yeah. So satisfying. I'd totally be down for a first-person only thing in certain circumstances. My biggest worry with it has always been that I wouldn't be able to get much done or get interesting angles on things. But maybe that's a lack of creativity on my part. I think they work much better in a co-op situation in terms of content, because having it first-person only would mean that you have a reason to... Ooh, Reaver. You have a reason to engage with each other because you need someone to help guide you in because you can't see.
Your
Ow.
health is low.
That hurt a lot more than I thought it was going to, given how little pain I suffered from falling off the rover all those times when I was initially building it. Let's get this thing finished. Well, it feels like something's come together now that I've done this bit. Yeah, on foot I never use third person, but controlling grids I use it excessively, some could argue. 'Cause I just like looking at my stuff. But yeah, I imagine if you played the game more more first person, having scripts on your cockpits would be a lot more useful, and something you'd be happy to spend more time setting up because you'd actually get some meaningful use out of it. Not sure how I like that.
Fuel low.
Ooh.
Fuel critical.
The turtle. Yeah, alright. That's a valid name for it. I should really start coming up with a proper paint scheme for this thing, because it is starting to get a bit ridiculously ugly, thanks to the paint scheme. No, wrong way up is not tomorrow. It is Monday. It's currently Saturday for me. Wonder how it'd look in teal woodland camo. Now I kind of wonder how it'd look with teal woodland camo. I like how that's come together. That's how it looks in teal woodland camo. Whatever, I'll leave it like this for now, until I come up with the other thing. I'm impressed with how much the woodland camo applies to. It seems a lot more... like, it applies to more surfaces than a lot of the other textures do. Which can make it a degree of fun. Now, I wanted to do... So I was thinking, probably not that texture. Nope, not that texture either. Nope, not that. No, we're gonna have to go with rusty or none. That's a bit too orangey red. Let's take the saturation down a bit, take the vibrance down a bit further. Value, sorry. I was thinking earlier today, weirdly while I was making my breakfast, how I tend to use grey as my background colour. So I tend to build stuff in grayscale and then add splashes of colour to add interest. So I either go somewhere from a light grey through to an almost black. But I looked at my breakfast cereal this morning, and the cereal was mostly brown, and then on top of it, I had really bright nectarine. So it was all like red and yellow and orange. I was like, maybe I should use brown as a backdrop more often. Because brown's quite a neutral palette, and you could really set it off with a lot of bright colours. And it could set off bright colours without being... simple grey. Yeah. And so I'm tempted to try that here. Yes, the helm does look like a 4-year-old painted it. I'm tempted to go wood panel. I was tempted with that. I think I still need to take the saturation down a bit further. I think it's still a bit too browny. Let's try this. Yeah, more like that color. And yes, the throttle should be over this side, shouldn't it? So you don't have to... So you can control the throttle with your left hand while the joystick's held with your right? Yeah. Anyway, that was just random breakfast time thought this morning. Yeah, turtle head helm is main cockpit. Helm. Handbrake on and off. That's pretty much the only control I had on it before. There are googly eyes mods. I've never actually used one in any series, but I have mucked around with one in the distant past. So that's where our cockpit is now, which means I'm going to need to pipe up this vent. I should start thinking about where I'm going to put the survival kit, and then some beds. Other stuff in here. Need to move that gyro. But because... Ooh, that looks pretty. I will be back in just a moment. I need to take a quick bio break. That one. In a back. Oh, right. I was meant to publish this skybox properly. I think I have an idea. I want a screenshot for it, and I think this could be a good one. Oops. Control searchlight. Enable idle movement off. Now, if I hop in this cockpit, can I control that searchlight? Control. I was thinking if I have this pointed in roughly that direction, that might be alright. Yeah, I wanted something like this. Though I'm not sure the searchlight actually helps. Maybe I'll just have a nice clean image like that. Because what I was meant to do on a previous stream in this was I was supposed to publish this to the workshop properly. So you guys can have it. Derpius Turtle, I wouldn't be averse to more cockpit options, but I think I said this the other day, I think the thing I'd like to see Keen working more on in terms of added blocks would be more decorative blocks that include lights. So that's what we're missing. That's what I would like to see. Let's move the gyros down the back. Thinking could do well with gyros. Pair of them. Ooh. No. Pair of them just behind the refinery here. Move that ore detector. Yeah, more than just the passage blocks with lights. Like, I've said this for ages. The shower block with a light. It's already got a light, like something that looks like a light in it. If they just converted it to a light, it'd be amazing. Because then your little bathroom area doesn't need to have a block that takes up a light. And the more blocks we have, more decorative blocks we have that have lights integrated into them, the more we have the ability to make compact internal spaces, because we don't need a full 2.5 meter cube just for a light. I was grinding this off, that's what I was doing.
Inventory full.
Cool, that means I can now get rid of these. Yeah, Edric, if you have a compact build, you are more likely to have things get destroyed. But if you're building compact and you're worried about the decorative side of stuff, don't think you're going to be as worried about where the damage happens, because you're probably not playing in any sort of competitive environment. I mean, I know people would do that anyway, but I think worrying about damage taken when you're also making something compact and tightly decorated, maybe the two don't need to exist together. Maybe they can be mutually exclusive. That's not horrible. I'm probably wrong there. I kind of feel like they could be mutually exclusive, and that's not all bad. Oh, dang it. Stop building accidentally in light armor, Splitsy. Come on. Brain, get together. Oh. A desk with a lamp that emits a light. That would be amazing! You could create such a moody space with that. Oh, that'd be so cool. Especially if it was a tiny, tiny little spotlight. You could go full film noir with it. And yeah, TFE, it'd be nice if the regular vanilla blocks got a bit of a visual overhaul to match the other blocks a bit better. Particularly probably pistons. Pistons could do with some detailing. Like, they could do a lot with this space here. Yeah, conveyors, connectors. Oh, absolutely, Chappie. I want more ways to make things pretty. That's what I spend most of my time in the game trying to do. I definitely spend more time trying to make things look interesting than I do fighting, mining, anything else. No question. No contest. So Awesome Tommaso, I don't think you're likely to see anything with anchor points like in other games. Because I don't think that's my understanding of the way the grid system works in Space Engineers, that's not how it works. I know other games that use those sort of anchor points. So, like, I don't think you're going to see a desk that has various different things you can attach to it. What you could see, though, is a desk that's a light block, or a desk that does similar to the shelves. So instead of it being just the one block, it can be a build state. And then it looks like that. And then it looks like... Stupid slow welder. That. And then... like that. But if it's a light, what they'd need to do... Oh, it doesn't show up when I press escape. What you'd need to do is move that functional line right down to the just out of the first build state line. So the light can turn on. Or maybe the light is only part of the final build state option. That would be cool. I did set up Izzy's to build grids, but I don't know how many I actually set it to do. Probably need to do more. How many grids did I do? Metal grid, 100. Yeah, I probably do need more than that. 4. Nope, that's the wrong line to edit. Given that the game was started as a single-player game, it is now a decent multiplayer and an order of magnitude more complicated than it was going to be. Yep. Agreed. Space Engineers does a lot more than it was initially intended to do, which is kind of cool. Okay. Where... What? Why when I'm searching bottles, is that not... Hmm... Thing. Stop hiding my bottles in random spots. Okay, now. What? I just... I just renamed that. Why did you... I turned off auto renaming. Why is it redoing it? I give up. I give up. Huh. That's an interesting thought, Krasil. If these skins had an impact on more than just the textures. If instead they used a skin system to have an impact on the shape of the model as well. I have no idea how, if, or... like how that would work, or if it's even a remotely good idea, but it's an interesting one. It's an interesting idea. Yeah. Pixel Piranha, I'm kind of on the same page. It would be interesting to see what could be done to space engineers, or to the concept of, like, with the concept of space engineers as it is now. Knowing what they know now with something built from the ground up to accommodate what it does now. Suspected to be capable of quite a bit. I don't think a bed over here is a good idea, actually. I was about to put a bed down, but a bed right near the assembler? No, thank you. Lockers on the other hand. Scythe. I realize what you're saying isn't meant to be taken this literally, but I wouldn't want water. I actually don't care about water in Space Engineers. As Wasted's pointed out a couple of times recently, water's just not that interesting. Except for if you are actually building a ship in it and fighting another ship. Like, water is just space, but in 2 dimensions. So I wouldn't want the devs spending time on water when there are better things to do. Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, CBW, space is slow in Space Engineers too. So yeah, I wouldn't... I have no interest in water being in Space Engineers. I think there are much better things they could do with that. What to put over here by the assembler? I've got lockers there. A lab? I suppose we've got a lab table. Kitchen. Or a bathroom, yeah. Could put a bathroom. Yeah, I could put a bathroom. Yeah, let's do a bathroom. That works. Doop, 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 doop. Toilet and then shower there. Like. Yeah. A bathroom and a bot on a toilet. Oh no, the window! Idea. Gonna need to fiddle with the stairs to do this though. The whole thing will be airtight is my plan. Who knows if I'll be successful in that plan initially, but I can always enable build info and help myself to have some better airtightness chance. Half stair. Trouble with half stair here is... Oh, actually no, I can make that work. One at that side or that side. No, definitely needs to be that side. Because of the lockers. Although the lockers could be on the other side. But I'll leave it like that. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. Something I discovered recently. I'm going to use battered armor on this. Notice how it's probably hard to tell with this color. Let's use a bright, horrible, garish pink. Huh. What? What? I'm so confused. Maybe it's just too subtle. Huh. So, when I use the brown, it looks like just the tread gets the color, because the grey from battered covers up the rest of it. So if you use a subtle enough color, you can actually just have the tread getting the color and the rest of it remains grey. What's going to happen to the assembler when I do this? It has the same effect. Cool. But apparently the pink was just too over the top to look that way. What if I do it paler? No, that's just too bright. Huh. What blue? What's going on? Why does it cover up? I'm so confused. I'm trying to work out how this works, because I've built another ship where I've got a pale blue showing through and being hidden on the step. I'm so thoroughly confused right now. Hang on. Nope, that's not the right channel. It's talking about this. There we go. Yeah. What was the other... Apparently neon does it? Maybe? Neon colorable surface? Nope. Neon colorable lights. Kinda. I'm confused. Thanks, Burke. Thanks for the Prime sub. For 12 months. Full year. That is not what I was trying to do with these. But yeah, I noticed some colors, if you paint them with battered on these catwalks, they look grey on the rest of it and just colored on the tread, which is kind of nice. Kind of like it. That was quite the side track. Oops. Fiddling with the values a little, I know the sci-fi colorable lights allow for a black base if you lower value or saturation enough. What did I change? Bars again. Gotta stop doing that. Yeah, I like that. I do like the neon stairs too. I was half tempted to actually use them just then, and I may well repaint this in a less worn look. I just really like the worn look of stuff, but I would be tempted to repaint this and make it. Come on, brain. Make it a bit more fun and bright. Oh, it just feels wrong while I'm down here on Pertum to have something that's clean and pristine. Hi, King of Death. Southern Racing Turtle has a stripe. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it will end up with some stripes or some extra little flourishes. Eventually. I just find it hard to decide on adding extra color bits until I have most of it designed down.
Energy low.
It feels to me like, with the way I build, it ends up being mostly wasted time doing that. Yeah, exactly, Dragnon. I need to dusty it up and rusty it up and stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm out of stone. Ooh. Okay. Well... maybe we can do another plunge then. But first... lean it right down. Why do those drills just decide to turn off all the time? It's so random. Tommaso, Patreon would. Yeah. At least from a pure numbers perspective, but there's more to it than that. Like, if you don't want ads, then the Twitch sub is more beneficial to you. Although I don't run ads midstream, so it's not as big a deal, I imagine. No, the sensor definitely doesn't set up the... definitely doesn't turn off the drills, because the sensors are being triggered a lot. It's something about the turret controller is... Oh, I think I know why. Because the turret controller is controlling the drills. That's why. Whichever can get you the bestest office that you can never use. Oh, stupid office. The office was at least useful in making sure I could continue to make content while I was in between homes. So there was that, I guess. Oh, yeah. I don't have much control. At least I don't think I have any control over the way Twitch plays ads on VODs. I do on YouTube, and I limit them to like 1 an hour as a result. But I don't think I have any control on Twitch. Whoops. That wasn't good. Come back here, Ice. It's like a surprise balloon. Because I only checked one of the cargo containers. I didn't check both. This is going to take a while. Yeah. At least it's not the good old days where, when this would happen, I would have lost my entire rig. So the whole thing would have just exploded. Though admittedly, I kind of miss stuff like this being able to damage grids in some ways. I get that it's horrible on servers where there's PvP and then you have an infinite gravel cannon or a stone cannon, but as someone who never plays PvP, I kind of miss being able to lob stuff like this and actually do things with it. The hotkey to deposit your entire inventory is Alt middle mouse. If you're ever wondering about build planner stuff, like these shortcuts, I have a great tutorial on it on my channel. But it's a lot easier to follow than me trying to describe it when I haven't thought it through properly. We're almost there. It might have been faster to just hit it with the drill, but then the drill's working. This is almost done now, at least. And I'll manage to probably remember that this is a problem for the next, I don't know, 30 seconds or so. Or I make the mistake again. Dear. Curse you, DE. Curse you. No, bedtime. I have not had any issues with the build vision update. I think it's... I see where Dark Helmet's going with it, and I think it's sound update. I think it's a good one. Does that help me? Might do. Let's do it. I don't know when it got fixed. I think it might have been even Warfare 2. So back when ladders were first added, if you were on a mobile grid and you walked to the top of a ladder, your jetpack would automatically activate. But it doesn't now. Whoops. So you can actually use ladders properly, which is nice. You know what I'm saying that about DE Vortex. You know. You're not going to make me say it. Yes, Derpiest Turtle, I am Australian. Yeah, as in, if you guys really want to promote something, instead of huh and huh, spam Textfire Road to 10k. The man with no videos and 7,000 subscribers. Oh, that sounded bad. Like, yeah, I left that up the whole time. Really? Can't believe I'm actually managing to get most of this rover. It's feeling like it's feeling like a real rover. Well, a real Space Engineers rover. Yeah. Now let's move you into something else, and then I'm going to grind you down. Oh dear, the drill's full. Oh dear. Why the drill? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Why are the drills full? Where has the link been broken? They can't get anywhere. Why can't they get anywhere? Because that one's broken.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Drills. Okay, they're all empty now. Well, that was irritating. Do you think that could have been lightning that did that? I think I'm going to choose to blame lightning for that, because I have no idea why there'd be any other reason why this block. And it is one of the more external ones, so... yeah. Ooh. Oh. Well, for the next stream, I'm turning lightning off, because clearly decoys on subgrids do nothing. And that is broken. Tex, if I'm ever in real danger of 10k, I have an answer. Do a stream and watch those subs drop like someone went at everyone on a Discord server. Oh, man. Yep. That is the quickest way to make people leave a server. Well, this is a non-stationary grid, but that decoy is clearly attracting lightning. This one, for some reason, is not. 'Cause lightning's a terrible mechanic and should be removed. I don't know. My understanding of it, that should have been working, but is clearly not. Which is sad. Just have one, actually. Hey, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs, Mavlight. What should I do here? Not sure what's gonna look best. I do really want these windows here. Like, I want to do this for this section as well. I really like having it in the middle. I'm just trying to work out how to integrate that with what I've done with the armor for the wheel bit. Huh. What's this? Would this look alright? If I do one more... do this, then I have a plan. I think, maybe, possibly, and that. But the bit that looks funny is the fact that this surface here in front of me is really flat and doesn't continue along. But what if I do this? Will this make it tie in well enough without me having to add anything else? Kind of. Yeah, it almost does. Similarly to if I add the bit that I was talking about earlier that I forgot to do. This bit. Yes! Yeah. No, I actually like these blocks being the way they are. That I want. I think that works. And with the woodland camo armor, it's kind of creating an interesting color variation there too. It's very stealth miner. Kind of is. Yeah, I did reset the drill in the sense that I set it to keep drilling. Am I out of cargo space? Looks like it. Yes, it is very angly. I kind of like it, like, from the inside. That's a really cool way to have a window. Yeah, it's coming together. No. Yes, giant stealth miner in the wrong color for the surroundings. Just gonna get rid of this cargo container, but I've now filled it with stone. That's a problem. Don't think I'm gonna need to mine any more stone for a while. I like the fact that I've been able to squeeze in this wider body without it going super high. One of the problems I've always had with my rovers is I tend to end up building quite tall, even though I don't mean to. But having put this drill on first, it's really kept me restrained in a good way. A weird wood locker look on the roof. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. No, let's not do that. Let's go with this. Oh. Dang it. Didn't line up where I wanted it to. Oh well. Do that then. I was hoping to do a nice diagonal line slicing across the rover. That won't quite work out, so we'll just do that. Yeah, that's right. And my plan was to kind of keep that angular look on the sides as well. Any tips on how to get hinges to behave? Basically, give them clearance, and when they don't do what you think they should be able to do, try jiggling them. Which sounds like terrible advice, but oddly isn't. Somehow jiggle is good advice sometimes. So it's how I get my drill rig to actually move the hinges. I'm curious how airtight I'm going to be able to make this space. I don't think these sorters are airtight. So I may have to change up the sorter on that side to an old school one. Right, that shouldn't be there. We need to go with... Oh, I know how I'll be able to make this space airtight. Assuming I don't care about having a light, I can just put another armor, that other armory thing in there. And then as long as I can make the roof airtight, that'll be fine. Which may require... I'm going to do that. Probably going to have to use passageway lights as my roof lights. Maybe. Maybe I'll be able to get away with doing these. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, light panel for roof. Yeah. I can do that. That's a good point. I have not gotten accustomed to having the light panels be a thing yet, so I just haven't used them in any of my builds. Must rectify that. Oh, no. No, I can't use the light panel for a roof. So the reason I wanted to use the passageway is because I need to block this wall off, but I also need light. And the only way I could think of doing that would be to put a pair of passageways up here like this as my ceiling. Because if I put the light up, it would need to be the wrong way round. There's no inverted light, is there? Is there? I didn't think there was. Yeah, it's just the one way. So, if I tried to use this, the issue would be... It'd need to be that way round. Which doesn't help me, because then all I see is that. I'll use the panel to seal it there. Maybe that would be nicer. Maybe I don't want to use boring steel plate here. Maybe I want to use some materials. I just have to hope that this is actually airtight. But at least I know I've got an alternative if it's not. Yay!
Fuel
Whoop.
low.
That was a bad time to fly up into the air.
Fuel critical.
I like my random bits of machinery jutting out the side. I do have build info, but I did not put a... Stupidly. I have not made it so that this... Oh. Right here. I did not make it so that this could have a vent in it. Or did I? No, I didn't. I did not. So... Every time I use this airlock, I will waste oxygen. Unless I evacuated the entire ship of oxygen. You know, tempting, but no. I won't do that. So now we have that. Oh, am I going to be able to make that work? Maybe. If I put a bed in here... maybe I can raise the thing. Yeah, the sky is really bright on Pertum. It's like insanity. It is insanely bright. Now I need to figure out how I'm going to make myself be able to get up there. So the issue I have here is this block is obviously occupied by these things, which means I need to, for a ceiling, perhaps if I was making the ceiling out of glass, I would need to have these on these blocks. So they're occupied. Which limits my access and my available options for how to get up to the bed. One option I'm okay with would be if we grab a corner. In fact, we could probably even use that. No. I just want the corner one. Corner one. Then have another corner one here. And then stairs in front of the thing, which is not super attractive. Although, actually, I'm a dum-dum. I don't need to do that. What you doing, Splitsy? Could just have regular old half stairs here. And then the catwalk. And we're good. That's not hard at all. What was I thinking? Why was I thinking that was going to be difficult? I don't know. I don't. Oh, yes I do. Yes, I do. It's still not that difficult. Because if we use... Nope. That one. See you, Moosey. What am I going to have up against the wheel suspension? I don't know. Don't know. I kind of like the way that this separates the bed from the living area. What can I use to fill up the bed space? Fill up the suspension space. The survival kit, but it's not airtight. Damn. Well, I've already got the toilet and shower over this side, so I don't think I need to have two. And they're kind of semi being used to keep this side airtight. How am I going to make the area above the catwalk airtight? I was thinking I would do something like this. Light armor panel there. That way. And then a window attached to it there. Because that should be airtight across the two pieces of glass. Sadly, kitchen's not a valid option here. Because the kitchen is not... doesn't have anything against it. So if you were to put a kitchen in here, it wouldn't be airtight. I'm kind of tempted just to fill that space with armor block and put the kitchen there. Just... Oh wait, I'll use interior wall. So we got sci-fi interior wall. I'll use that. That could look good. I don't know what to put up there, so it makes sense that there's this railing here. Although, since I've done that, I don't need the catwalk. I can just put railing. Yay! In fact, I can get even better than this. Because we've got the kitchen here, I can attach that there. Oh wait, I still need that one in there. Which means I've then cleared that block off to the side, even though these look a little bit wonky. Gives me room to put, yeah, I could put a couch up here, I could put like an armory up here. Could just put plants up here, could put a bar up here. I could just have a planter there, actually. That could be nice. Planter by my bed. Let's do that. Yeah, railings do connect edge to edge, but this glass panel's in the way. Desk, somewhere to do homework. Yeah, desk could be an option up there as well. I was thinking desks might fit a table or something down here and a couch. Let's try and fix up this area first, though. So let's find that corner piece to fit in here. So we've got 2 attachment points for glass that's going to fill this in. And then we have 3 windows there. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of those sorts of gaps. Zaragazu. There's plenty of these sorts of blocks that are airtight that have odd gaps that you can see through. I try my best not to look at them too much, because it would bother me if I did. Actually, you know what? Let's try something. I'd been thinking at the start of doing something with orange on this. So let's see neon colorable lights with orange. Let's see how this looks. Is it too much? The answer is yes. But it's fun to check. I don't mind it over this side because there's not much of it. Actually, don't hate it over this side either. okay with this for now. Yeah. Yeah. Surprisingly okay with this. Ah, I've got to continue the theme, don't I? Cargo container. Orange on a green turtle. The Michelangelo. Does this mean I have to make a giant pizza somewhere? Or am I going to just find rats running around all over the place that somehow manage to talk to me? And teach me things. If you're planning on the whole thing being airtight, why put a vent in the bridge? Ah. Because the bridge is airtight. So if I went in here and I closed the door and I didn't have a vent to pressurize this space, I would suffocate. So yes, I could repressurize it, like get more air in it by opening the door, but yeah, that's why. I'm gonna need to have a pipe running across the roof here somewhere, so I'm just trying to think about where that's gonna be. I do really like this space. Like this view here, I'm really quite happy with. I need to change the color of the kitchen so it stands out more. But I really like the roof and the windows, and now it's all kind of come together. If I ever decide to do more of my own custom additions to the Assertive Cargo Ships mod, I think someone has to remind me to rip this thing apart and turn it into a cargo ship. From a story perspective, is this supposed to be a one-person operation? Kinda. Kinda. Yeah, I need a table. I need a few other things as well. Guest bedroom. Maybe. If I can figure out where to put one, I might well do that. Actually, you know what? Let's imagine there can be two people, so we'll have a second chair. Charlie needs a bed too, you know. Yep, Charlie is very asleep on her bed. Like, so asleep that she was yipping earlier, and so asleep that she did not even remotely react to me saying her name multiple times. Is this cargo container needed here? Yes, because it's part of the sorter system. Charlie is about 10 months old now. So still very destructive, but no longer... Well, she doesn't really look too puppy-like now. She's got a big head now. But it seems to be getting bigger. It's weird thinking back to when I first got her that I could easily pick her up in my arms, but now she's about 40 kilos. So when I need to wake her up when I'm going inside after, like when I'm leaving the shed to go to bed, now I have to just kind of lift her till she stands on her own 2 feet, whereas previously I would pick her up and carry her to her bed because it was just easier. And when she was only like 14 kilos, it wasn't that big a deal. Yep, I've had the hydro engine running the whole time. Charged my batteries. Answer to that, not very. How full are my tanks? My tanks are completely full. Hopefully I won't run out of ice. And if I do run out of ice, that's okay, because I'll have the batteries charged up. And I can go back and mine some more. I think I might come back to designing the rest of this space next time. I'm not sure exactly when next time is going to be for this playthrough. I contemplated Thursday, but as I'm on a night shift on Wednesday, I might just sleep instead. But I do have a bunch of other streams coming up this week. On Monday/Sunday, for those of you in Europe and North America, is Wrong Way Up, obviously. Tuesday, I'll be back with some more multiplayer Subnautica with Capac. And Wednesday, I'm doing something completely new. The game I'm going to be playing is called Core Keeper. So that should be some fun, because it's going along with something else. And the Wednesday stream is my first sponsored stream. So that's going to be different too. Because it's being sponsored by the devs of Core Keeper and Daredrop. So I'm hoping that ends up being as fun as the game looks. It's kind of like a Stardew Valley Caves bit, but a bit different. So yeah. But yeah, more Space Engineers on Monday over on YouTube. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody.